boats, as many as 88 people, other leaders on top of the 49 others that they took out in the first 30 seconds of this campaign. An Iranian American says the strike could mark the beginning of the end of this regime. The regime is done. It's just a matter who will ultimately replace it, which we'll get into later in the program. But, Operation Epic Fury marks the largest U.S. firepower in a generation. And now we have about 1,500 Iranian combatants killed, including their top leadership. We don't even know who's making any decisions. That's why every country in the region has been hit by Iranian ballistic missiles, what they're able to get off. And most of them are being taken out of the air. But U.S. is sending more forces to the area. U.S. Central Command reports 2 days ago the Iranian regime had 11 ships in the Gulf of Oman. Today they have 0. They're all gone. UN nuclear watchdog says Iran's nuclear plants sustained some recent damage. Not much fallout from that. The Secretary of State mentioning they're going to do everything possible to get the 15 to 1,600 Americans in the region out of the area, obviously caring about American lives as the conflict continues. Iran did claim the Straits of Hormuz are closed. They're not. The U.S. destroyed 11 ships there. The Iranian internet blackout passes 60 hours, leaving citizens cut off. But hopefully in time, when the time is right, hopefully we can even get to arms into the hands of those Iranians that need to fight back against the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and remaining police and Quds forces that might exist. Khamenei's wife is dead after the Saturday strike. Apparently died after sustaining injuries in the airstrikes that killed her husband. I mean, there's so much news. The Qataris shot down 2 of Iran's Russian-built supersonic bombers, and this operation is about as close to flawless as you can ever expect. And it just, every American should be proud of our military. And the decision of this president to insist that Iran will never get nuclear weapons. And Trump did rebuff Iran's recent request to restart negotiations. He said, it is too late. They want to talk. I said, too late. The U.S. is now using Iran's own drone technology to deliver retribution against the Iranians. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Raising Cane, says the U.S. has achieved the air superiority now over the Iranian skies. I mentioned that Mahmoud Ahmadinejad is dead. U.S. airstrikes have sunk the entire Iranian Navy, according to the Daily Wire. I mean, this is unbelievable success. By the way, Iranians all over the world, they're celebrating. Linda, I don't know if you saw the videos of their liberation by doing the Trump dance, his YMCA dance, which is pretty funny. This is a moment where we should all be grateful that we have a president that understands the nature of evil and taking it out before it becomes an even bigger problem. When Steve Witkoff shocked me last night when he said, we even offered them low-grade civilian-use uranium that we would give to them for free in perpetuity, and they turned it all down. And this strike today is beyond spectacular. Remember how we got here. Hillary Clinton, who in 2008 claimed, if I'm president, I will strike Iran. Okay. And by the way, it's not the time to defund the DHS, is it, for you idiot Democrats out there? Because we have over, 12 million plus illegals under Harris and Biden and Mayorkas that came to this country from over 200 countries, including countries with terror ties. Barack Obama gives $1.7 billion in cash and other currency from cargo planes that was used to fund the nuclear program in Iran and terror in the region. In 2014, Iran released videos showing the beheading of American journalist James Foley and Steve Sotloff, and later aid worker Peter Kosig. President Obama answered by giving them, cargo planes full of cash and other currency. It's unbelievable. President Trump actually put out a picture. We know who's responsible for Iran's nuclear program with a picture of Obama. Last night I asked the Prime Minister of Israel, What do you say to those people that claim that, Israel, forced Donald Trump? But Bibi, I don't think I've ever seen him laugh in an interview like that. I'm like, I've known Trump 30 years. Nobody tells Donald Trump what he's going to do or not do. That question is asinine, and it's usually given by people that don't know Donald Trump, don't know his mindset. The president's saying that we will find out the retaliation Iran will face, and he's very clear in saying the more aggressive tactics are coming. Anyone saying Israel sucked us into this war does not understand Donald Trump and the arguments that he has made. In the last century, we got to learn from history. When we didn't take on the likes of Stalin and Hitler and Mussolini and Tojo and Pol Pot, well, 100 million human souls were taken, according to estimates. Marco Rubio confirming Iran was about to try and kill Americans. Democrats would have been grilling him on Capitol Hill if we didn't strike. Think about that. That's all true, too. When it comes to striking Iran, Donald Trump has been consistent for 47 years. We found a clip of him. I wish I had time to play it. But there's never been a president like this one that knows history, that understands history, and that is preventing, the possibility of potentially millions to be harmed by this radical death cult, which is what their stated mission has been for many years. Listen, I want to remind you, a massive data leak exposed 6.8 billion email records and compiled from many older breaches and stolen data collections that they've had over the years. Researchers found about 3 billion of those addresses are vulnerable. The uncovered data includes email addresses that could also be linked and expose passwords, and cyber criminals use this information to send out phishing scams and spread malware. You've got to know how cybercrime identity theft can impact your life, and you can even have your personal information disclosed accidentally. LifeLock.com. If you have that protection, they monitor millions of data points a second for any risk to your identity. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed. All right, here we go. The beauty with LifeLock.com. Hey, if you're a victim of identity theft, you get a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist that will fix it guaranteed, and they have their $1 million protection package. Right now, if you join, you'll save 40% off your first year. Use the promo code Hannity when you call 1-800-LifeLock or just go to LifeLock.com. 1-800-LifeLock, LifeLock.com, 40% off your first year, promo code Hannity. Just got some running to do, and then I'm going to go help my buddy put his new couch in the house. Give me a minute. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a good to see you too, bud. I told you it was a great investment. That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-475-1818. That's 800-475-1818. I know that hiring can be challenging.
Yeah, me too. It's what I'm heading out to do. We're going to give that bish a try.
Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
I'm good. Just locking up the dogs and stuff, so they're super energetic. Plus, my mouth is right by the microphone here. That's why you hear it so loudly. I'm not out of breath.
You're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/muse. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/muse. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS,
cool.
whether it's $5,000
Let me cut up here.
$500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-40 reduce what you owe to the
Gotta decide how I want to do this. I think I'm just going to run out because I got to drop the laptop off.
Taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4181. That's 800-575-4181. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying two phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts.
Hurdles.
Share inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/patriot. That's quo.com/patriot to try Quo free. QUO.com/PATRIOT.
This is Dr. Dino Prado, founder of Invita Medical Centers. Every day, patients lose their lives, not just to cancer, but to the delays in the system. The latest treatments often take decades to reach the people who need them the most. At Invita, we refuse to wait. Our destination center brings the best technologies from around the world with personalized care to help our patients, because care delayed is care denied. Every patient deserves... I get it, man. Make sure you're not doing too much running around, man. ENVITA.com.
They get your blood pressure or what?
So what will come next for the people of Iran? Talk to people that have been working for decades for this day, this time, this moment. Also, Jack Carr, retired Navy SEAL, will get his take on the military, this magnificent military operation by the U.S. and Israel.
Looks like they're finally done working on this over here. Geez, it took them forever.
It was great help. It's out of nowhere. It's a stroke. And super hard, obviously. The whole family, but my dad.
Yeah, my blood pressure medication actually causes that, so I don't take it anymore. My blood pressure was never that bad, so.
Of course, by extension, my brother and I. This is why I have life insurance. For my
and the big arch is fucking $8.89 just for the burger.
Life insurance is ethos.com. Because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test. Just a few health questions. 10 minutes. You're covered. Your family is covered. You get
yeah, where they were working on that little water main issue that was going on there forever. I didn't need to make you go into the other lane.
Talk about death in our culture, but everyone's going to die. You're going to die. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos. ETHOS. Ethos.com/Slater. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Ethos.com/Slater.
Larry over here. Let me share Brian's story from Alabama, my mom's home state. He tells us after taking Relief Factor for just 3 weeks, at least 90% of my pain is gone. My pain has started to limit me at work and at home, and now I'm amazed at how much relief I've gotten, end of quote. These are Brian's own words.
Normally has been, but that last year at that checkup, they tried making me take medicine and shit. It just made me feel horrible. Lightheaded, whatnot. Fuck that.
But since taking it, he said he stayed active, comfortable, and confident in his swing. He is a scratch golfer. That's why I encourage you to try Relief Factor yourself and see what it can do for you. Don't wait. If you're dealing with daily pain, launch your 3-week quick start and see what Relief Factor can do for you. 800-4-RELIEF, 800-4-RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. How would it feel to be out of pain? 800-4-RELIEF, relieffactor.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
All these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Freedom never gets old.
Yeah, I like that it's got the crispy onions in it and stuff, so we'll see.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm behind you in Washington,
Wants to let me customize it.
Israel as Iran plans its targets in a spiraling war. Earlier today, Tehran struck the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia. In the Netherlands today,
Poppy and sesame seed bun.
reporter says that the U.S. and Israeli bombardments against Iran not going over well with at least one international body. Under long-standing international rules, one country can only attack another in self-defense or if it has approval from the United Nations Security Council. An attack without imminent self-defense justification or Security Council resolution is considered an act of aggression. Acts of aggression enshrined in the rules of the International Criminal Court include the bombardment of one state by another. But don't expect to see a case about the current Iran war anytime soon. The United States, Israel, and Iran are not members and don't recognize its jurisdiction. The airspace closures throughout the Middle East have left tens of thousands of people stranded and made life hard for the airlines. In an interview with Sky News, this traveler James Castle described flying.
Thank you. I'm going to take you guys inside. I haven't sat down in McDonald's and eaten forever. So that's what we're going to do.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem testified in the Senate today in her first appearance since the shooting deaths of two protesters in Minneapolis, and she told the committee that Democrat actions are hurting her department's ability to protect Americans.
The latest Democrat-led shutdown of DHS is reckless, it's unnecessary, and it undermines the American national security.
Are the Shamrock Shakes available yet? Looks like they are.
Who work at DHS and their
Oh, yeah.
Testifying today from the Senate Judiciary Committee. More of these stories at townhall.com. The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
I had a lot of credit card debt and it stressed me out. But what I thought was a solution turned out to be a problem. I kept hearing ads about debt settlement that seemed too good to be true. And actually, it was. When I called,
$5 for a shake.
paying my bills. That didn't sound
Reminds me
right
of
to me
fucking
at all,
Pulp
so I
Fiction.
hung up. Later, I found out that debt settlement is bad, real bad. Then I learned that there is a right way to pay off your credit cards. It's called a debt management program from the great team at Trinity. Trinity had a plan. In the end, I paid
I'm just going to do it as a pickup, and I'm going to sit down and eat. Do a little test drive of this. You guys get to watch me eat it.
Call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976. Rwanda's army has become the target of U.S. economic sanctions.
Rwanda and Congo signed a peace deal in December in Washington as part of President Trump's push to broker peace in the region and attract billions of dollars in Western investment. But the fighting has spread even beyond the current front lines, with M23 acknowledging it had used drones to attack the key mining city of Kisangani. This blatant violation appears to have crossed the line with the Trump administration. Financial sanctions have been imposed directly on key Rwandan military officials and the Rwandan army in its entirety.
That report from the BBC's David Bamford. In Texas, voters are casting ballots to settle the first U.S. Senate primaries of the midterm election year. Republican U.S. Senator John Cornyn trying to hold on for a fifth term. Democrats will choose whether to send U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett or State Representative James Tallarico into the general election. Breaking news at townhall.com.
Tired of that outdated bath or shower but dread the cost and hassle of a lengthy remodel? Let Jacuzzi Bath Remodel come to the rescue with the perfect bathroom remodel at a price you can afford. Maybe stepping over that high bathtub feels unsafe, or you want to add a beautiful bath your whole family can enjoy. Whether it's a safer, easy entry shower complete with grab bars and a custom seat, to a beautiful spa-like family bath that's functional and stylish. With a Jacuzzi Bath Remodel, you can enjoy your personalized bath or shower installed in as little as 1 day. Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. To schedule your free design consultation and quote, call now. Call 800-384-6933. That's 800-384-6933. 800-384-6933. with purchase and installation financing from third-party lenders, subject to credit approval. No interest and no payments paid in full within 12 months. Interest charged from purchase date not paid in full. Not all will qualify. Call dealer for details. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I spent years living in fear of calcium oxalate crystal stones, always afraid of when the next one would hit. Now I just take Kidney Cop.
Battling calcium oxalate stones, it's time to try Kidney Cop, a doctor-recommended kidney supplement that has been shown in laboratory tests to reduce the growth rate of calcium oxalate crystals by 99%. Get Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a...
Yeah, I know. New Orleans King or something? Yeah, I saw that.
And to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-475-1818. That's 800-475-1818.
Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. My message to President Trump is he will go down in the annals of Iranian history as the most celebrated foreign leader that changed the whole game and changed the world as a result. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Do not let it pass.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
We're coming to your city. Your countryside.
Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold-inspired solutions for America.
Yeah, this is the back route. There's lots of them out here. I'd rather have them than red lights, though.
I mean, this was a spectacular.
And McDonald's is packed. We're actually going to go inside, though. We'll see how well the signal works in there. I'm not going to use their Wi-Fi. I hate McDonald's Wi-Fi. It takes over your phone whenever you get around it, if you recognize it.
More than 40 more senior Iranian officials, leaders killed since, Operation Epic Fury began.
I just don't like the fact that people don't know how to use them correctly.
The next generation. Israel leveled the building where the clerics gathered to select Iran's new supreme leader. Here to talk about the future of what Ali Reza Jafarzadeh is with us. Is the deputy.
Yeah, that's why I'm not going to eat it in the car.
And Kuhan Gobadi is the spokesperson for the People's Mojahedin Organization of Iran. And welcome both of you to the program. I guess I'll start with you, Ali Reza. Let me ask you, where do you see this going, and do you see a new leadership emerging now that the clerics get taken out in massive numbers? This is now the second massive attack against the leadership.
Thank you so much, Sean, for having me on your show. I fully agree with you that this regime must be brought down by the people of Iran, and they're not.
All right.
Now, in terms of after the death of Khamenei, the process for choosing the next leader, I think in reality that's a smooth process because
I'm sure he does. Let me fix this. All right, we're back. I haven't sat down at McDonald's in forever. Thanks for hopping in, Rumble. Let me see it. Yeah, did. He asked me if I wanted to sample them. It's coming back pretty good from the devastation. Crazy here. Hey, Sci-Fi Bri. As soon as they bring me my food, I'm going to go fix this hair. Gig Sci-Fi. It's just now recovering from a bonfire incident. Check out Fairmade. Look, it's good products. Oh, he's the helper. $129 table. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess. How the hell does it ask me what table I'm at? Apparently, I gotta get my own Coke. I'll be right back. All right, let me fix this. I'll show you guys what it looks like here. Oh, I love White Castle. Shake, Cook, Big Arch, which actually looks pretty good. And fry. Good, because I've been eating all day. pretty good. A lot of grease. Let's proceed. Started getting pretty messy.
I'm turning into my sophomore movie. This is really that was with different people. Have a bite. If I get a bite, every chicken bite. Finally, they changed. Wait, are you gonna have this or are you gonna get fries? I really hope I die. I should have got the 6-piece broth.
All right, I'm gonna need more napkin. Exit was right of course.
Not because of that, but because of the sightseeing. Oh yeah, it wasn't that in the garage. So if you go back in the garage, obviously you're trying to play your phone. You're like, let's say it was like, and I was like, because you were like, I said, why are you not doing anything? I was like, why are you not doing anything?
Pretty good so far.
My
Lots falling out like the big bag. Patties are sliding. Later, sci-fi. We're on the road after this. There's a lot of food. Messy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wash my beard after this.
He said it's over. I love my birthday.
I'm using that to prop my phone up right now. I haven't touched it yet. Yeah, I think it's good. Put on those. It's super safe, that's for sure.
Thank you. I both of them, but hey, there's two.
I don't know about on mobile. Yeah, we have 12 in here, so should be able to do one, but I'm not sure I can. Let me see something. Let's see. Yeah, it's anyway. This just shows ones I've done before. It doesn't show me. Oh, okay. Is that why I dropped? Mine says 12. Oh, it's total. Oh, yeah, 9 now. Yeah, we need at least 10. Well, if we just you see it pop back up, let me know because I can't see the number very good. Okay.
You said you're the queen now. What? Because I was judging people right when you walked in and you judged everything. You said you're the queen now.
I'm looking forward to the rest of these.
No, that's absurd. And you swap it, don't like sugarcoat it or anything. You have to make a face and be like, yeah, and go like this. Like, oh, I don't know.
Been forever since I had to eat burger with a knife and fork, but this thing is just falling apart on me.
I was just going through that. So we like actually like a part no, they're like just like no, like give me the like for drinking. What time do you have to go? I literally get to do at 5:10.
Bring 50. Oh, I booked up to 11. Let's see. Let me do it. Not from this little phone anymore. Yeah. Yeah, I just tried it with 11 and it wouldn't let me do nothing. It won't let me do it on mobile, not on this phone anyway. No big deal. We about killed it. I've gone through so many napkins. Yeah, I think you can only do that on desktop. Let's see. Let me try this one. Cummings Brothers. Oh, it feels so much better. Yeah, a couple more bites left. got an appointment coming up. Well, this weekend's daylight savings time. Back to dark in the morning. Tried to look at the blood moon at 5 o'clock this morning, but it was too overcast. Yep. Sunday morning. Lose an hour. All right, I'm gonna go wash my face real quick. Leave you guys propped up. Start yelling if somebody grabs the phone. Shouldn't happen here now. We got to decide whether or not we're going to run all the way up to Green Springs first before we do this, because I don't think this furniture's been delivered yet. We may have time. And if not, we'll run out to Green Springs tomorrow. It's already getting ready to be delivered. It's not even out for delivery yet. So yeah, looks like we're running to Green Springs first. Gotta make a phone call while we're driving. We have 2 beverages here, so the shake and the Coke. Oops. Well, was it delicious? I wouldn't say that. I would say it's different. Hello.
Hey.
Hang on. You guys.
Yeah, that's fine.
Eggsy says hi.
Hi, Eggsy.
So I ain't gonna say anything, but that's cool. So yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna run out there since, like I said, it's not even been shows it. It doesn't. It shows it in Perrysburg, but not out for delivery yet. So
That's weird.
but it's all week. It's been saying it's gonna be delivered today.
Well, you know how they are.
Yeah, well, it's not like it's the post office; it's FedEx because
Yeah.
it's big. Usually, they're pretty accurate, on our big stuff anyway.
Yeah. I'm sick to my stomach.
Why? Because you have to drop bad news?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's for your benefit, right?
Yeah.
Our benefit.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Yeah, then I just I just feel horrible. That's all.
Why?
I just feel
Because you want to better yourself? They don't pay you dick there.
I know.
So, fuck them. Basically.
I know. There's just if I just wish that I wish I would have seen it coming, or wish I would have known before I moved to residential.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't have done. You probably wouldn't have done that. But you know what?
Right.
You don't know when those opportunities are going to come.
Right.
Yeah, just gotta roll with it.
I know.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get on the road. Congratulations. I'm glad it went well. You deserve it.
Thanks.
Love you.
I love you.
Bye.
Bye.
So she just got a big job offer.
To really determine on his behalf whether they were serious about.
I'm not going to say any specifics, but
that addressed his objectives, which are elimination of their.
She likes what she does, but they don't pay her enough to do it. So this is more of more back to being an administrator that she was doing before, which she's very good at, and that's why she's got the reputation she does. It's another new facility opening, obviously for a different company.
And finally, no nuclear enrichment that can get them to weapons grade, which means no nuclear bomb. And we went in there and tried to make a fair deal with them, and it was very clear that it was going to be impossible. Probably by the end of the second meeting, but we then went back for the third meeting just to give it the last college try. And of course, they thought they wanted us to report positivity. It was not positive, that meeting.
Steve Witkoff, I know you've been flying all over the globe, and on your own time, I think people do need to know that. If you don't mind me telling people, serving your country, serving the president, doing your best to bring peace to the world. They brought this action on themselves. You gave them every opportunity to take.
Yeah, I mean, she likes what she does, but
we really appreciate you sharing all
that
with us.
She feels underappreciated.
Thank you, sir.
She did just take a small promotion where she's at, but not much of a pay difference. Come on.
Telling the Iranians under no circumstances can they have nuclear weapons, and they just flat out refused. After Operation Midnight Hammer. So they brought all of this on themselves. We'll get to your calls coming up next. 800-941-SEAN is my number. Also, an interview with Prime Minister Netanyahu coming up in mere moments. Handgun purchases in the U.S. remain elevated. A lot of people are concerned about law and order and safety and security, especially in blue cities and blue states, and defund and dismantle and no-bail laws. And that's where Sig Sauer comes in. If you're looking for compact, concealable, easily operated handguns that are highly sought after, they have a 270-year history of precision craftsmanship, quality, reliability. There's a reason Sig Sauer is the choice of the U.S. military. It's my own personal choice. I carry the P360.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I hope it works out for her. I hope she's happy. I know the guy she's working with, he's a pretty good friend of mine, so. Window down for a minute. Cutting my fingernails.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news, there's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar Plant Protein.
Oh, no. They figured it out because that office fucking closed now. Out of having 3 offices in Toledo, they have 1 now. People are actually leaving reviews about the fact that I'm not there anymore. But it is what it is. I got a reel from him. I don't know about a straight message. I haven't looked. I did get a messenger message from him this morning. I think it's the one I sent you. Well, they closed that office. They have 3. They had 3 offices in Toledo. Now they only have 1.
Kids is now accepting all kinds of real estate donations. Houses, lots, land, commercial, residential, or investment properties. You'll receive a tax deduction for the full appraised value of your property. Go to carsforkids.org or call today to see if donating is right for you.
Ooh. Shamrock Shake is hit.
Increasing geopolitical tension in the Middle East.
I think I forgot to get one last year.
They're searching for one of the most powerful tax advantages available in 2026. Now is the time to learn about Encore Energy. Through operator direct participation in U.S. horizontal oil drilling and multi-stage fracking, qualified investors may be able to deduct up to 100% of their investment and up to 87% the first year. Encore Energy focuses on proven, productive U.S. oil fields and large-scale drilling operations designed to help mitigate risk while providing the potential for monthly income and higher returns. If you have $100,000 or more and are seeking an aggressive tax strategy, portfolio diversification, and a way to participate directly in American energy development, call Encore Energy today. Call 1-800-696-5531. These programs involve significant risk and are not suitable for everyone. That's 1-800-696-5531. Again, 1-800-696-5531. French Lake Resort. It's a destination you've got to play to believe. Their championship Italian golf courses are the top 2 ranked public courses in Indiana. Play the short course, Sand Creek, or try your luck at the casino and relax at 3 amazing hotels. Tee times for 2026 are going fast. Book yours now at FrenchLick.com. Play legendary golf at French Lake Resort. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT or text INGAMB to 5334. Message data rates may apply. This is Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125.
Go foggy out. Whoa. Come on, motherfuckers. Let's figure out where we're going to be. I got to get over. Thank you.
So I've got a couple segments. I'll probably do that. It's kind of funny. I actually am living now, but in Houston right now for my grandfather. But was at the on Saturday the Iranian protest against America in the Galilee. Unbelievable people holding signs, screaming, yelling, down with America, down with Israel, down you, BB, and you're sitting there looking at the overall people.
Yeah, he was working hard for his spot.
For the first time, I don't have to say I'm Persian. I can say I'm Iranian. And the thing is, for me, what was so funny was that you could see the difference. One was about death and destruction and misery and wanting to keep the Islamic regime and the Islamic ideology going. And the one was about freedom and love and taking care of the next step and prosperity. I mean, it was unbelievable. And I told it, I was said, I have right now my oldest nephew and his wife and my youngest niece are actually in Jerusalem. They can't get out. My sister's losing her mind.
I can only say that the disparity that you see, we will always have this disagreement. The radical left in this country, now they, you have Hakeem Jeffrey suggesting that we're going to lose this conflict in Iran when all the evidence is to the contrary. You don't take anything for granted. You got to finish the job. Then it's going to be in the hands of the Iranian people. They will choose their destiny. This is a party now that is against voter ID and voter integrity. This is a party that wants open borders and sanctuary cities and states and amnesty. This is a party that wants defund, dismantle of police departments and no bail laws. This is a party that wants to defund the Department of Homeland Security, which they're doing now. This is a party that is against energy independence.
Well,
this is a
it hasn't even been. It's not even scheduled for delivery yet. So I've been checking online.
History. So
it'll be dark by the time I get down back there.
Country
it's already 5 o'clock here. So.
And there are freedom-loving
That's
people
okay.
everywhere. I don't have any patience for
I'm on the clock.
People that don't understand or refuse to understand or have a political agenda, or influencers likely being paid through some shell company associated with some agenda, that they are taking the most radical extreme position.
It's all 70s for me.
And they make no sense at all whatsoever. They don't understand, or they don't want to understand, or they have an agenda.
Oh, there's my buddy Bill right there. Hello.
Hey, it still says out for delivery for today, but never got assigned to a truck, it looks like.
Yeah, well, it didn't even say out for delivery. It said ready to go, ready for shipment. But
okay, cool, David. No, it says it's in Perrysburg.
Yeah, but it's not out for delivery.
No. So
I was going to go straight there, so instead I'm just going to run out to Green Springs and drop a laptop off and then head that way. If it happens today, it happens today.
Hey, I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah, we'll see.
Did you see that email today? Did you forward that to me?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Dude, I was so exhausted driving back. I got home and I crashed for about an hour. So, fuck, I don't know. What do you even think?
Oh, the email is fine. It's just detailing exactly what is still needed. So.
Yeah, I know. But I'm thinking about the couch and everything else.
Wow.
So I got to go. I got to be in downtown Detroit tomorrow. I got to go to. I get out of here early. I can be back here by noon.
Well, I can be around. Like I said, what I'm doing today is going to pretty much free me up for all tomorrow. So.
David says he can be here in the morning.
At least sign for it.
Yeah, and get it on the. You have maybe get them onto the front porch.
Yeah.
So.
All right. So I'm about a couple hours. It's going to take. I just got on the turnpike, so I'll run out. I'm just literally just going to drop off this laptop and then start heading your way.
All right. Well, I put another 4 in the bank into the other accounts today.
Okay.
I'm gonna do another 4 tomorrow. And then it sounds like the bullshit with 401k. I mean, until next week.
That's fine.
And then Thursday, I'm getting 5 from my other buddy.
All right.
So that should put us in the mid to upper 40s.
Yeah, and then I'll probably be able to peel off most of my returns. So.
So, all right, dude. Well, all right. If I hear anything else, I'll let you know.
All right, later.
See ya.
Which it is, and I don't really care. But if you don't understand that the Iranians never being able to acquire nuclear weapons is a smart thing, then I have nothing to talk to you about because I think you're dumb. I think you're an idiot. I think you're an imbecile. I think you are naive, and I think that either you're being motivated by some agenda or you just choose to live in ignorance. It's sort of like the people in Iran are being slaughtered. Nobody protested on a college campus. You didn't hear any condemnation from the left, but they certainly condemned Israel, even though the equivalent of 40,000 Israelis were killed if they had the same population size as America on October 7th. If 40,000 Americans died here in a day, we would obliterate any country that did that to us, rightly so. And they're committing genocide in college campuses, and the rise of anti-Semitism around the world, and in the punditry class. And I'm just sick and tired of all of it. I think there are a lot of ignorant people in this country, in this world, and the only way to prevent them from having any influence is keep them out of power. They've got to be defeated. And hence, I'll make my plea today that every one of you listening to my voice make a promise and pledge in your mind that you're going to vote in this midterm election because it's the most important one in your lifetime. That part I can tell you for sure. Anyway, my friend, I appreciate you. 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. All right, when we come back, news roundup, information overload hour, more your calls, my interview with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and much, much more. We got a great Hannity, 9 Eastern tonight on Fox as we continue.
Attention investors, profits of your investment portfolio need protection. We all know stocks and equities don't just go up. At some point, a market correction takes place. You want to protect and profit, right? How? Check out the RV resort and vacation rental market. The best real estate play in the market today. It's booming. It does well in good economic times and even better in any downturn. Add something that can protect and generate profits to you. Go to resortpropertiesgroup.com to learn more. That's resortpropertiesgroup.com. Talk to the experts about how to use your IRAs, self-directed IRAs, and 401k plans. Go to resortpropertiesgroup.com or call now 888-307-1685. That's 888-307-1685. Early callers qualify for a free week stay at one of our affiliated resorts. Don't wait. Go to resortpropertiesgroup.com, resortpropertiesgroup.com, or call 888-307-1685.
Yeah, it is. Temperatures going to be going up after today. Upper 60s by the end of the week. Supposed to start raining too.
TrueTrade puts institutional-grade trading technology in the hands of everyday Americans. Technology once reserved for the wealthy. No need to know what or when to trade. No trading experience? Doesn't matter. You purchase a platform, connect your trading account, download the mobile app, and turn it on. It's that simple. If that's not exciting enough, TrueTrade assists their clients in accessing tens of thousands of dollars in tradable funds, giving you the ability to trade without risking your capital. Join thousands worldwide who are already benefiting from TrueTrade's trading technology. Visit TrueTrade.io. That's TrueTrade.io. TrueTrade, where technology earns for you. Trading involves risk, including the possible loss of principal. See terms and conditions. Another leadership, the forgotten men and women will be forgotten no longer with your help. Your love and your vote, we will put America first, and we will make America great again. Never gets old celebrating America 50 serious executive.
Jewish prayers in Israel are taking place underground for safety.
Tel Aviv residents have been morning prayers in an underground parking garage amid ongoing security tensions. Some residents don't have access to shelters in their homes and have been sleeping in the city's underground parking Iraq's. The U.S. and Israel continue to pound Iran after killing Supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei on Saturday. Iran and its allies are stripping back at oil and gas production. And they are joining.
Energy prices are soaring amid supply disruptions and fears of a widening conflict in the volatile Middle East. Iranian threats have choked off tanker traffic through the strategic Strait of Hormuz. About 1/5 of the world's oil passes through the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf. Tankers traveling through the strait carry oil and gas from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Iraq, Bahrain, the UAE, and Iran. Gas prices here at home have already risen sharply, up 11 cents per gallon from Monday to Tuesday, according to the AAA. Rich Thomason reporting. Texas judges are casting ballots to settle the first U.S. Senate primaries of the midterm election year. Republican Senator John Cornyn is trying to hold on for a fifth term. Democrats will choose whether to send Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett or State Representative James Talarico to an November.
Most of the fucking oil we use around here is not from the fucking Middle East. I don't know why it's affecting prices now. Killed that shake.
The following is a real life story from Trinity.
I had a lot of credit card debt and it stressed me out. But what I thought was a solution turned out to be a problem. I kept hearing ads about debt settlement that seemed too good to be true. And actually, it was. When I called, they told me to stop paying my bills. That didn't sound right to me at all, so I hung up. Later, I found out that debt settlement is bad, real bad. Then I learned that there is a right way to pay off your credit cards. It's called a debt management program from the great team at Trinity. Trinity had a plan. In the end, I paid off my bills, I saved thousands, and I even improved my credit score.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976. The Supreme Court preserves the only GOP-held congressional district in New York City for the 2026 elections. We hear more on this story from correspondent Julie Walker.
A victory for Republicans in a national tug-of-war over redistricting that could determine control of the closely divided House of Representatives. The Supreme Court siding with Republicans in ruling that the boundaries of the only GOP-held congressional district in New York City doesn't need to be redrawn for the 2026 elections. Despite a court ruling, it's unfair to Black and Hispanic residents. On Monday, SCOTUS halting the state court ruling that had ordered the district held by Representative Nicole Malliotakis that covers Staten Island and a small part of Brooklyn be redrawn. Julie Walker, New York.
News and analysis at townhall.com. From Washington, I'm Keith Peters.
At Lenseek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at Lenseek.com. That's LENDSEE.
Yeah, visibility is down to about a half mile. Oh, let me fix this. It's in the car now.
Ethos.com
It's time to try Kidney Cup, a doctor-recommended kidney supplement that's been shown in laboratory tests to reduce the growth rate of calcium oxalate crystals by 99%.
You're welcome.
Today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCup.com. Formerly Supreme Leader Ayato Khamenei is dead. In the annals of Iranian history as the most celebrated foreign leader that changed the world game and changed the world as a result. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Do not let it pass. Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more goal-inspired solutions for America. Stay right here for our final news roundup and information overload.
Right, news roundup, information overload hour here on the Sean Hannity Show. Toll free, it's 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. In spite of just what has been spectacular success in this joint mission with the United States, Donald Trump and the Prime Minister of Israel, will play part of my interview with Bibi Netanyahu coming up. The Democrats, remember, the one thing they can't have is for Donald Trump to be successful. So they have to cheer for American failure. They don't want the economy to recover the way it's recovering, and they're hoping it doesn't recover anymore. It's a horrible position for anybody to be in, but it is what it is. And in the case of this effort, to prevent the Iranians from getting a nuclear weapon to hold the world hostage, here's Hakeem Jeffries. He is the minority leader in name only, appealing to the radical base squad. This is going to be a failure. It'll end in failure. Listen.
The American people want us to focus on making their life better, making their life more affordable, not getting involved in another endless war in the Middle East that is going to end in failure.
This affordability thing is not working out too well for the Democrats as interest rates are down, inflation is down, gas prices have been down. They may go up temporarily a little bit because of the disruption of the free flow of oil and market prices, but that will change rather quickly. But on every measure, job creation, everything in between, and trillions in new investments in manufacturing, things are getting a lot better. But not that he wants us to, or is cheering for American success. Over on that hard-hitting news show, The View, Sonny Hostin is out there saying Iran war is an illegal, unconstitutional war. No, it's not. But listen.
I'm going to say, the bottom line is that this is an illegal war. This is an unconstitutional war. Only Congress can wage war.
Presidential war. Now, let's just take a trip down memory lane and when Barack Obama and Joe Biden were involved in conflicts around the world. Not one Democrat ever called for the War Powers Act. They don't want Donald Trump to be successful. Here's Nancy Pelosi saying, there's no need for this.
You're saying that the president did not need authorization initially and still does not need any authorization from Congress to end Libya?
Yes, of course. Only Donald Trump does, because we hate him. We don't like him. John Brennan, I've been hearing from sources now for weeks on end that he may be on the verge of some indictment. We'll see if, in fact, my sources end up being correct. Him out there attacking the Trump administration, saying that they're making things up to justify the Iranian attack. They're not making things up. They are looking at the stark reality is that the Iranians, and you can actually see satellite imaging that proves it, were reconstituting their ballistic missiles program and the nuclear program, as evidenced by the interview that I had with Steve Witkoff, the Middle East envoy involved in the negotiations. It doesn't stop John Brennan from just being the wire propagandist that I think he's always been.
Now we're going ahead and carrying out this major attack against a very large country, Iran, which is much larger than Iraq. And there's a lot of history here, obviously, in the region and so on. But what we've seen in the past several days is devastating attacks against Iran. And the Iranian government, the Iranian regime, is not relenting at this point. And that's why they're throwing everything they have at nearby targets, whether it be U.S. bases or the Gulf Arab states, whatever. This is such a tragic, senseless, and needless loss of life that we're seeing right now. As Senator Warner said, there was no imminent threat. Clearly, I think the administration is now making things up in order to try to justify what's happening.
Okay, just ignore all sense of reality and truth. And by the way, they're not relenting. No, they're dead, you idiot. I mean, how stupid can you be? Marco Rubio responds to all of this and slamming the media for questioning the reasons for this operation in Iran.
I haven't got a chance to see a lot of reporting. I don't understand what the confusion is. Let me explain it to you, and I'll do it once again as clearly as possible. Perhaps you'll report it that way. The United States is conducting an operation to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and the threat posed by their Navy, particularly to naval assets. That is what it is focused on doing right now, and it's doing quite successfully. I'll leave it to the Pentagon and the Department of War to discuss the tactics behind that and the progress that's being made. That is the clear objective of this mission. The second question that's been asked is, why now? Well, there's two reasons why now. The first is it was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or Israel or anyone, they were going to respond against the United States. The orders had been delegated down to the field commanders. It was automatic, and in fact, it bears to be true because, in fact, within an hour of the initial attack on the leadership compound, the missile forces in the south and in the north, for that matter, had already been activated to launch. In fact, those had already been pre-positioned. The third is the assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties. And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces, and we knew that
Probably make a better Supreme Court justice. Senator. I'm sorry, I haven't been happy with it. A lot of strongly worded letters from him in his time, but no real action. Wow, it's coming down up here.
Of what's happening. I think the opening 30 seconds that we saw and witnessed, and they decapitated the head of the leadership in Iran, I think was something that will be studied, as I said to Steve Witkoff, for decades and probably the next 100, 150, 200 years. I said that to BB too. And I'm looking at all this, and I'm looking at the other news of the day, and it's like, okay, so now the remaining Iranian leaders meet to pick a new leader, and all of those people were taken out today. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. It just speaks to obviously our intelligence services, the level of penetration we have within the regime.
And it's fog. It's a little bit of a mist too. There's actually a little bit of rain coming down too.
Year to come, but the whole attack really is a long time coming.
Yeah, gas did shoot up.
And I mean, I'm of the age.
319 here. Wow.
The 1979
That's crazy.
Crisis. I was in Catholic school at the time. They marched us all to chapel and we prayed for the hostages. And then, of course, the Marine Corps headquarters and barracks bombing in 1983. That was very impactful to a kid who's already on my path into the military. And I see this on Time and Newsweek and all over the news. I even wrote my first nonfiction book about it called Targeted. But for a lot of us who served in Iraq and Afghanistan, we're understandably, I think, skeptical when we hear words like regime change, WMD, just with the wounds and memories and lessons being so fresh. But that being said, Iraq and Iran comparison that everyone's making, it's not apples to apples. Every situation obviously is different and requires you to adapt to it, especially in the middle of combat operations where the enemy always gets a vote. Situation's chaotic, dynamic. There's a host of variables that you can't predict.
And there will, of course, be unintended consequences. There always are. But what's important now, I think, is that we adapt to those unintended consequences, to the ever-changing environment on the battlefield, and we're very good at doing that tactically. On the ground in Iraq and Afghanistan, very good at that. But our senior military leaders, elected representatives, appointed executives across government, they were not over those 20 years we were in Afghanistan and all those years we were in Iraq. They were very slow to adapt, if they adapted at all. And everyone remembers how we went from WMD to regime change to nation building to counterinsurgency efforts, all while nation building hampered by inept strategic decisions like expanding the Iraqi army debassification, which essentially created the insurgency supported by Iran, where the insurgents had a safe haven across the border where we couldn't go, and that's where they could build their EFPs, which were the explosively formed penetrators, which could defeat our armor. But the question is, when I hear all the opposing views of what we're doing right now, is how close to developing a nuclear weapon do you allow a hostile authoritarian regime whose organizing principle has been death to America since 1979? How close do you allow them to get to developing that weapon? 5 years, 2 years, 1 year, 6 months, a week before you eliminate that threat? And we can go back to, we all remember Al-Qaeda. They declared war on us in 1996, 1998. Embassy bombings in Tanzania, in Kenya, the USS Cole, and we still didn't take them seriously, even though they were very clear that they had declared war on us. And we treated it as a law enforcement matter all the way up until September 11th, 2001. So there are examples in the pages of history. And
it's running from me.
Really quick.
The guy thought I shouldn't have pulled out in that circle, and I did. Now he's looking to run. What a pussy.
Mankind. But there are lessons from 1982.
Told me I was number one when he went by.
Barracks were bombed in October of 1983. 241 servicemen killed, the largest number of Marines.
He is running. He's doing like 70 and a 55, trying to get away from me after flipping me off. Must think I'm going to chase him.
Because there was a lot of tough talk out of the administration at the time, and then we left very quietly and early.
We know how to deal with road ragers, don't we?
Between the inept response in 1983, 1984 to September 11th and beyond.
A quick break, final moments. Jack Carr is with us, retired Navy SEAL, author of the upcoming book out in May, The Fourth Option, giving his military analysis of what has been going on inside of Iran and this massive, overwhelming, show of force and victory by the
this is him right here in front of me.
Armed Services.
Now that the adults are back in office, maybe we can get some.
He's just hammering it off the red light.
Welcome back, President Trump. This is the Sean Hannity Show. Tired of that outdated bath or shower, but dread the cost and hassle of a lengthy remodel? Let Jacuzzi.
If he blows through this yellow light. Oh no, it's red now. He doesn't want me behind him. I should pull over there, but I gotta. As soon as I go over this overpass, I gotta take a left turn.
Easy entry shower, complete with grab bars and a custom seat, to a beautiful spa-like family bath.
He is not a happy camper.
With the Jacuzzi bath remodel, you can enjoy your personalized bath or shower.
That's fine. He can be a douche.
One day. Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. To schedule your free design consultation and quote, call now. Call 800-384-6933. That's 800-384-6933. 800-384-6933. Purchase and installation financing from third-party lenders, subject to credit approval. No interest and no payments paid in full in 12 months. Interest charged from purchase date not paid in full. Not all will qualify. Call dealer for details. If you owe back taxes,
figure right there.
Carefully to rule number 1. Never go.
She would have saw him acting fool.
They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait. And don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today. today for a free consultation. Call 800-611-8892. 800-611-8892. 800-611-8892. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. Golfers over 50 need to hear this. You have a problem no one is talking about. Longevity. Are you losing distance? Dealing with pain or discomfort? Or losing mobility? Maybe you can't play 2 days in a row. Or are worried about surviving a golf trip with your buddies. For Success has helped over 50,000 golfers just like you with science-backed one-on-one golf fitness coaching that fits your schedule. Tell Father Time to come back later. Take the free 5-minute assessment to get your answers at parforsuccess.com. That's success.com. If you missed open enrollment or enrolled into an ACA marketplace plan, it's not too late. You can get into a private health insurance plan now with Health Revolution and save 30 to 60% on your monthly premiums. No copays, reasonable deductibles, and use any doctor. Call Health Revolution today at 800-868-6187, 800-868-6187, or go to healthrevolution.net. That's healthrevolution.net, and we can custom design a plan managed by you, not the government.
Mike Campbell here, Patriot Software's founder. My third successful business employed over 30,000 W-2 employees in all 50 states. That's when I learned there are different employment laws and payroll tax laws in all 50 states and in every U.S. city, making payroll one of the most complex areas of business. That's why I created Patriot Software, to make payroll simple for millions of American businesses. Use our simple do-it-yourself software at patriotsoftware.com.
A Social Security update. 70 million Americans collect Social Security benefits today, and millions more will join soon. Now, a new study finds 70% of Americans don't get the full benefits they deserve. But recipients can use simple strategies to boost Social Security benefits by as much as $188,000 over a lifetime. Social Security expert Michael Allen says it's true and reveals 5 key strategies to increase your benefits. It's all in his free special report. Newsmax calls the report your best guide for bigger Social Security benefits. Whether you're getting benefits or soon will, you need the Social Security report. Get it free. Call 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. We'll text it to you right away, along with President Trump's act cutting your Social Security taxes. Call now, 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. Text and data rates may apply.
Character is everything. Extremely iconic characters defining British TV on BritBox, including Ludwig.
I like us to solve the murder.
Vera.
We're getting so great.
Agatha Christie's Poirot.
Bonjour.
And more beloved favourites.
I'm a policeman. I'm a professional. I'm a Time Lord.
I'm the Duchess of York. Once you know them, you never quite forget them.
I ain't being vain. I just am special.
Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Watch with a free trial today at BritBox.com.
Patriot Channel 125 and on the Sirius XM app.
You know, in the UK, they pay a tax on how often they watch TV, even over the air broadcasts.
Continue now. Jack Carr is with us. He's a retired Navy SEAL, author of the upcoming book. It's out in May, The Fourth Option, giving his military analysis of what is happening on the ground in Iran and the incredible work of the U.S. military and the might of the U.S. military and the vision of the president in this entire issue and the moral clarity he's showing. I know it's beyond comprehension, but what we learned from Steve Witkoff, the Middle East envoy, who along with Jared Kushner was trying to negotiate a deal with the Iranians under the principle that Donald Trump laid out, which is they cannot have nuclear weapons.
Look it up.
They offered the Iranians low-level enriched uranium for civilian purposes only, that not only would they allow them to have that, but they would allow them to have it for free, and they'd allow them to have it for free in perpetuity. And they rejected that deal, which shows that they were clinging to their nuclear ambitions to the very end. And now that leadership's been
It was a good movie.
I mean, just wiped out cold.
Clearly. And they're not going to take that deal. They're not going to take any deal, and it's just a stall tactic till they can get to a point where they actually have developed this nuclear weapon. And
you can see the satellite imagery. They were reconstituting their ballistic missiles programs, which Donald Trump mentioned on day one, and the same with the nuclear program. And you can see the images proving that was all true.
Yeah, in every administration, really, from 1979 onward, multiple administrations, both parties, they've had that same pillar of U.S. foreign policy, just not allowing Iran to have a nuclear weapon. That is a red line in the sand.
It's called TV license.
It wasn't for Biden, and it wasn't for
mandatory annual fee of £174.
That is very true. And now we have this administration where you have people in positions within the administration that served on the ground in Iraq and Afghanistan. They remember those same lessons that I do. They remember being there on the ground, and they remember what our senior level leaders did, and essentially putting us in harm's way, but making us targets, and also allowing the worldwide jihadis to point to us as the infidels and use that as a propaganda tool. They were very effective at doing that, much more effective than we were in countering it.
Let me bring up one thing that I think needs to be said, and that is this idea of endless wars. As the Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu said, no, it's not going to be an endless war, but it's not part of the Trump doctrine. There's not going to be boots on the ground. Not going to be an endless war. This will end with the Iranian people having an opportunity to change their destiny, perhaps once in a generation opportunity, as the president said, and it
supposedly funds BBC.
Iran, the chance that to Israel and America is gone, and they won't have any nuclear power for the foreseeable future.
But even if you don't watch it over the air, if you use a TV for any reason, you're supposed to pay it. Then again, they got to prove that you're watching it. Although smart TVs these days will probably report it.
Anymore. Seems like nation building is not
in play
anymore,
right.
And putting us on the ground as targets essentially is not the way that we did.
Those days are over. The days of sending kids door to door, stepping over IEDs without up-armored Humvees. Those days will never go back to those days. And I predict future wars are going to be fought from air conditioned offices. We're seeing the I could talk to you all day, Jack Farr. Really appreciate you, retired Navy SEAL. Thanks so much for being with us. We do appreciate you.
Thanks for having me on. You take care.
You too. I born on August Day, September 11, 2001. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping American heroes ever since. Heroes like Fire Captain Andrew Donner. Inspired by the bravery of New York City firefighters on 9/11, Andrew devoted his life to serving his community and the people in his community. He rose through the ranks of the fire department, sharing his knowledge and training rigorously and leading with courage. But after a brave battle, Andrew lost his life to lung cancer caused by occupational toxins. Now, the 25th anniversary of 9/11 is this year. Andrew's story is a reminder of the profound impact that day has had on our nation's heroes, their families. Andrew Lee.
What about our freedoms? Get rid of the Patriot Act.
His parents, his sister.
Get rid of FISA.
The Towers, because of your generosity, was able to honor Andrew and his family by paying the Donners family's mortgage. We can help more people like the Donners. Your donation to the Tunnel to Towers Foundation brings hope and security to families that have given everything for us and sacrificed so much. Please, if you can, join us. Donate $11 a month so this great work can continue. Just go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org, for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
Listen up. TrueTrade has revolutionized the trading industry with its AI-driven technology. This isn't hype. This isn't theory. This is a smarter, modern way to profit from the financial markets. TrueTrade puts institutional-grade trading technology in the hands of everyday Americans. Technology once reserved for the wealthy. No need to know what or when to trade. No trading experience? Doesn't matter. You purchase the platform, connect your trading account, download the mobile app, and turn it on. It's that simple. And if that's not exciting enough, TrueTrade assists their clients in accessing tens of thousands of dollars in tradable funds, giving you the ability to trade without risking your capital. Join thousands worldwide who are already benefiting from TrueTrade's trading technology. Visit TrueTrade.io.
Black camera on green screen.
That's
Gotta love it.
TrueTrade.io.
Now they know when I'm out here. The government does.
Earns for you. Trading involves risk, including the possible loss of principal. See terms and conditions. You can argue opinions all day long, but you can't argue.
Yeah, I gotta run in real quick here first to grab a mouse, and then I'm gonna run across the street and drop off a laptop.
The big pet food companies have told you that their kibble has everything your dog needs. But here's the truth.
Hopefully it stays connected.
To such high temperatures, it's dead food. And when you feed dead food day in and day out, the fallout is itchy skin, achy joints, no energy, and endless trips to the vet. But when you add Rough Greens, you get the live vitamins, probiotics, enzymes, omega oils, and antioxidants that your dog needs. It's not marketing hype. That's real results. Senior dogs are running around like puppies. Skin problems, finally finding relief. And even the pickiest eaters are licking their bowl clean. That's proof the industry can't.
Let me grab something. I'll be right back.
I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to see it for yourself. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. Use discount code PROOF. That's RUFF Greens. Discount code PROOF.
Fed up with stubborn earwax? Get Wax RX from Dr. Easy. Dr. Easy professional ear washers have been used over 40 million times by medical professionals. Now you can get the same results at home with Wax RX, the personal ear wash system. Just like our professional ear washers, Wax RX flushes away stubborn earwax without a trip to the doctor. Don't be fooled by store brands and cheap knockoffs. Pull into a Walgreens, Walmart, or Shoppers Drug Mart right now and get the original doctor-invented Wax RX in the ear care aisle.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4181. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4181. That's 800-575-4181. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Selling your home? Well, there's one thing that'll get it sold fast and at the highest price. Ready? Find the best real estate agent to help you sell it. Simple, right? But how do you find the best real estate agent? That's easy. Go to ready.com, REDY.com. On Ready and only on Ready, the best agents near you compete for your business. And get this, they pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Yeah, the best agents put up their money to be your real estate agent. A cash bonus upfront, usually thousands of dollars. Extra money in your pocket on day one, just so you'll pick them to be your agent. How much cash? $2,000, $5,000, $10,000? Find out. It's easy and it's free. Just go to ready.com. REDY.com or call 888-880-READY, 888-880-REDY, and get paid to pick your agent.
All right, let's run across the street now.
If not, you should definitely go to mypatriotsupply.com right now. My Patriot Supply is America's #1 supplier of long-term storable food. They've helped over 3 million Americans get prepared. And for a limited time, when you order their best-selling 4-week food supply, you'll get an additional week of food absolutely free. There's no catch, but act fast because this offer ends soon. Claim your free emergency food kit now at mypatriotsupply.com. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
Channel 125 on the SiriusXM app.
All right, I'll be right back.
Continuing to build the foundation for conservative victory. Now, back to the Sean I-25 to the top of the hour. Toll free. Our number is 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. Many Americans still suffering under the hangover of the Biden-Harris economy. Thank God help is on the way. New policies are in place. You're getting more money back in your paycheck every week or 2 weeks whenever you get paid. You're going to have a bigger tax refund this year. That's going to help people out a lot. Lower gas prices, lower inflation, lower interest rates. That's going to help people out a lot. But there's still people suffering and even putting bare necessities on high interest credit cards. Look, if you're a homeowner and you're in that position, our friends at American Financing have an answer for you, and it's called their Smart Equity Loan. It's a simple way to get your finances back on track without giving up your 3%, 4%, 30-year fixed rate mortgage, although I'm praying that interest rates go down that low again. And it gives you one predictable monthly payment, and it lets you use your home's equity to pay off that 25% high interest credit card debt, free up cash flow, and still keep your existing mortgage intact. And right now they're saving their average customer $800 a month on average, and over $10,000 a year. That's real money in your pocket. Now, no upfront fee. They'll give you a free, no obligation, no pressure consultation. Give them a call, 866-615-9200, 866-615-9200, or simply check them out on the web, americanfinancing.net/Hannity.
NMLS 122334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org, APR for rates in the 5-star at 6.196% for well-qualified borrowers. Call 866-615-9200 for details about credit costs and terms. Visit www.americanfinancing.net/Hannity.
All right, so last night I had the Prime Minister of Israel. This is a joint operation, the Israeli IDF and America's military. Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. Joining us now is the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Prime Minister. $30, $35, maybe more years. And why at this point was this necessary?
Well, the first thing to understand is why it's necessary at any time. Iran, for 47 years, has been chanting death to America, death to Israel too. But you're the big Satan, we're the small Satan. Death to America. They've murdered and maimed thousands of Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan with their IEDs. These are roadside bombs. They bombed your embassies. They tried to assassinate Donald Trump, the president of the United States, twice. They've murdered their own people. They massacred so many. And they spread a worldwide web of terror. So this is a regime committed to destroying the United States of America. It's the only country on the planet that says so openly and works tirelessly to achieve that goal. The reason that we had to act now is because they were, after we hit their nuclear sites and their ballistic missiles program, you'd think they learned a lesson. But they didn't, because they're unreformable. They're totally fanatic about this, about the goal of destroying America. So they started building new sites, new places, underground bunkers that would make their ballistic missile program and their atomic bomb programs immune within months. If no action was taken now, no action could be taken in the future. And then they could target America, they could blackmail America, they could threaten us and threaten everyone in between. So action had to be taken, and you needed the resolute president like Donald J. Trump to take that action. And we are his very strong and able partners, and our alliance today is so strong. We had to take the action now, and we did. Otherwise, the Iranian mass murder regime would have immunity from future action.
Steve Witkoff made this statement, the Middle Eastern envoy, and he made it last week, that they absolutely are clinging to their ability to build out a nuclear weapons program. And the president, as he said, he wanted a peace deal, gave them every opportunity for peace, like they did before Operation Midnight Hammer. And they steadfastly refused. In the first 30 seconds, I've never seen anything like this in my life. the supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and his top 40 leaders were wiped out, Ahmadinejad among them. That is incredible intelligence, and wow, I'm sure this will be studied for centuries to come, not decades.
Well, you know, when America, the indispensable ally for Israel and the greatest power in the world, and Israel, America's model ally, as the National Security Council just called it, when we work together, amazing things happen. We work together and amazing things happened. But I have to tell you that it wouldn't happen without the leadership of President Trump, because he just, you know, I met him in Mar-a-Lago. You may remember this because I think you lived close by and I saw you at that time, right before his re-election, okay? And, or before he was inaugurated the second time. And we met in Mar-a-Lago. And the first thing that Donald Trump said to me, he said, you know, we have to prevent Iran from getting nukes. As simple as that. He said that because he saw that as a clear and present danger to the security and well-being of the United States. To have a regime like that, so fanatic, that it just defines itself by destroying America, exporting revolution, exporting terrorism, exporting the worst Islamist fanaticism that attacks Arabs, attacks Israelis, attacks Americans, attacks everyone inside. They just fired now their bullets inside around police, including Cyprus and Europe. To have a regime like that plans to eradicate the United States, and have the weapons of mass death, would have been the greatest threat that America would face in the coming decades. And so he said to me right off the bat, I didn't say to him, he said to me, we have to make sure they never get the nukes.
No, we're good.
We tried first to take them out in Midnight Hammer and Rising Lion operation, and we took out their missile sites, but then they started again. Their missile and nuclear sites. They didn't learn the lesson. He tried to get negotiations. He negotiated with them. They didn't get it. They tried to string them along. So action had to be taken, and we took it.
President Trump repeated over and over and over again, and I would argue that the leadership that is now dead.
All right, let's get the wife a vape and we'll start heading back toward
just to the region,
toward Toledo.
Not just to Israel, death to America. But I am very convinced and have been convinced, as you have been for decades, that if they ever got nuclear weapons, they would, you know, along with their fanaticism, it would cause them to use it. That is what that death cult would cause them to do. Is this now the culmination of decades of your work and your belief and your passion that these radicals needed to be defeated?
Came back on its own. Cool.
You know, we talk about, well, the regime's changed, but we don't know into what yet. What are your thoughts?
Well, you're right. I did have spoken about it for decades, and I try to persuade successive American administrations to take firm action. And President Trump, in his first term, did. He got out of the disastrous Iran deal right off the bat, and he did everything he could to prevent them from going into the nuclear program that they seek to build atomic bombs to threaten us and you, and ultimately to attack both of us and to destroy as much as they can, because this is what these people do. They basically are in the business of mass death, and you're right to call them a death cult. I worked with several presidents.
Be right back.
I always appreciate the fact that we can have forthright discussions, often agreed, but often we disagreed. And I appreciated that we kept the alliance going. But I want to tell you something. I'm not a youngster, so I've been around. There's never been a president like Donald J. Trump. His resoluteness, his decisiveness, his clarity of thinking, the way he gets right to the crux of things. He cuts through all the fluff, cuts through the chase, gets down to the main point, and he gets down to the main action that needs to be taken. And I think for Israel, and I think for the countries of the free world, let me tell you, I think for the world, we're very lucky to have him as the leader of the free world, and in fact, the leader of the world. He's brought America back to being the leader of the world, and it makes a huge difference. And I can tell, I'm talking to America's allies in the region, just one by one by one. And I can't quote from these conversations, but I can tell you they all share this, and they all say, thank God that Donald Trump is here. Thank God that the two of you are acting together to remove this threat, not only to you, but to us. And Iran today just bombed with these ballistic missiles, these weapons of mass death, these weapons of terror. They're terror weapons. They bombed all these countries. They bombed Cyprus, which is Europe. I've said it won't take very long. They're bombing us, then they'll bomb Europe. And when they develop the intercontinental ballistic missiles and the nuclear wars to fit on these ballistic missiles, they'll threaten you, and eventually they'll bomb you. This is what President Trump understood. And alone among U.S. presidents that I've worked with, he took action. And we're all very, very lucky that he did.
I think history will, through the prism of history, he will be viewed very favorably by recognizing a threat. In the last century, you're a historian, Mr. Prime Minister. Between now, China, Stalin, Russia, Hitler, Germany, Mussolini, fascism, Tojo, Japan, Pol Pot, the killing fields, estimated over 100 million human souls.
All right, let's get
in the name of Trumpism. Now we see the president and a prime minister partnering together to stop a threat before it emerges and becomes unstoppable, which I got to give you both so much credit for. It is transformational. It is consequential. I guess I want to look forward a little bit. We had in his first term the Abraham Accords. I know that there are countries in your region of the world that have been looking for a window of opportunity. I'm talking about the likes of Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Dubai and Egypt and Jordan, etc. Do you see a path to a long-lasting peace in the region, which we've not seen in forever?
Yes, I do. In fact, I hear the people are saying we're going to have an endless war here. You're not going to have an endless war because we are point that we've been, and Iran, this terror regime in Iran is the weakest point that it's been here since it hijacked Iran from the brave Iranian people 47 years ago. So this is going to be a quick and decisive action, and we're going to create the conditions first for the Iranian people to get control of their destiny, to form their own democratically elected government, which will make Iran a different Iran altogether, because Iran has been the main engine of war over these years. It's just 95% of all the problems you see in the Middle East are generated by Iran. And the worldwide terror network that they built is generated and orchestrated from Iran. So when you take away Iran, the people of Iran have the opportunity to act and liberate themselves, free themselves from the yoke of this terror machine, you get a different future. I think that will open up the way for many peace treaties with other Arab countries, with Muslim countries. I think it changes the world. Now, of course, it's up to the people of Iran in the final count to change the government. But we are creating, America and Israel together are creating the conditions for them to do so. I think that if we go through what we plan to do, I think it will create conditions for peace. This is not an endless war. This is, in fact, something that will usher in an era of peace that we haven't even dreamed of.
Mr. Prime Minister, I think history will study this military effort, and it will be, as I said, be studied for centuries. But also you took out their air defense systems, their missile defense system, ballistic missile systems. You got the 10 top guys in Hamas. You got Nasrallah, who'd been in power for 30 some odd years. You had the pager incident. Donald Trump dropped bunker buster bombs and took out and obliterated their nuclear facilities. I mean, I know there's war colleges. Just all of these incidents combined will be a lifetime worth of study, in my view. And I want to ask you this: there are people that say, "Well, the Prime Minister of Israel dragged."
I'm going to stop at Sheetstow at the exit there. top off my tank and
drags Donald Trump into anything, number one, but I want to get your reaction to that.
Well, you're right. I mean, that's ridiculous. Donald Trump is the strongest leader in the world. He does what he thinks is right for America. He does also what he thinks is right for future generations. And frankly, we're partners in that effort because I've devoted my life to securing the life of the one and only Jewish state. And believe me, it's been a struggle.
Right, that was Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Listen, I want to tell you about our friends at Pure Talk. You might want to go drag out your old dated wireless contract out of your closet and take a look at it. You're going to realize you're paying way too much for wireless. The beauty of Pure Talk, a veteran-owned company that gives back to veterans' causes, the beauty of them is they offer the same exact cell tower, same 5G network, the exact same service as AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile, and the average family saves over $1,000 a year. Small businesses are saving even more. There's no contract to sign. There's no cancellation fee. There's no overseas customer service. Right now,
so much.
$5 a month, you get unlimited talk, unlimited text, and plenty of data, just as much as you will need. Sue from Cincinnati writes, I've had no issues with Pure Talk. I'm pleased to know that my telephone service is supportive of our vets and our military. Thank you. I am truly fortunate to have followed Sean Hannity's advice. Now it's time for you to take my advice. Save money, the exact same cell towers, 5G network service, and then you're saving a fortune. Just make the switch. It's simple. It's fast. It's easy. You dial pound 250 on your cell. You say the keyword save now. Do it now. You save an additional 50% off your first month. Pound 250, keyword save now from our friends at Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
3 hours a day of red, white, Sean Hannity Show.
yeah. I was actually going to put my tonneau cover on, but I fell asleep.
A Social Security update. 70 million Americans collect Social Security benefits today, and millions more will join soon. Now, a new study finds 70% of Americans don't get the full benefits they deserve. But recipients can use simple strategies to boost Social Security benefits by as much as $188,000 over a lifetime. Social Security expert Michael Allen says it's true and reveals 5 key strategies to increase your benefits. It's all in his free special report. Newsmax calls the report your best guide for bigger Social Security benefits. Whether you're getting benefits or soon will, you need the Social Security report. Get it free. Call 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. We'll text it to you right away. With President Trump's act cutting your Social Security taxes. Call now, 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. Text and data rates may apply.
One spring morning, a stranger named Theo arrives in the small southern city of Golden. He doesn't explain much about where he came from or why he's there, but he listens a lot. Over the course of a year, he talks to the people of Golden one by one, revealing secrets, regrets, and the heartfelt details of ordinary lives. Theo of Golden is the #1 New York Times bestseller about generosity, purpose, and the quiet miracles that happen when we choose kindness and wonder. Theo of Golden. Discover the beauty of human connection. Available wherever books are sold.
Financial group is not a law firm. Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-848-1331. That's 800-848-1331. 800-848-1331. I need to confess something.
My friends think I'm the mastermind behind our golf trips. They thank me for the perfect courses, the hotels, the smooth plan, and I let them believe it. The secret is, I don't plan any of it. Golf Breaks does. If their experts book the tee times, the rooms, the whole package, they find the best options and prices, and I just say yes and look like a hero. I should feel guilty, but I'm not stopping. Just don't tell my buddies. If you want a great golf trip without the work, go to golfbreaks.com and use code RADIO for up to $200 off your first golf trip. Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in. I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier. Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Click to channel 125 and on the Sirius XM app.
Right, Hannity tonight, 9 Eastern on the Fox News Channel, as we now took out the next round of leadership in Iran, as they were trying to pick the next supreme leader, everyone in one building, they all got taken out today. Jack Keane will analyze that. Senator John Kennedy, General David Petraeus tonight, bet you DVR tonight, Hannity, 9 Eastern on Fox. We'll see you then. Back here tomorrow. Thank you for making this show possible.
Hey, John, what's the plan? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this. Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career. Wow, thanks. I'll check them out. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu and Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits. Fed up with stubborn earwax? Get WaxRx from Dr. Easy. Dr. Easy professional ear washers have been used over 40 million times by medical professionals. Now you can get the same results at home with WaxRx, the personal ear wash system. Just like our professional ear washers, WaxRx flushes away stubborn earwax without a trip to the doctor. Don't be fooled by store brands and cheap knockoffs. Pull into a Walgreens, Walmart, or Shoppers Drug Mart right now and get the original doctor-invented WaxRx in the ear care aisle. I text you 64,000 new receive recurring money marketing messages from IQBar. Message and difference man flag offers free furniture supply available at IQBar.com/policy/terms of service. I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQBar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low sugar.
Well, yeah, I'm heading that way, that's for sure.
Protein bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, great nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQBar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQBar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Plain ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. You feel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQBar. Now you can get 20% off all IQBar products plus free shipping when you text Patriot to 64,000. Text Patriot to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's Patriot to 64,000. We have to do a better job of getting across that America is free. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of enterprise. That freedom is special and rare. It's fragile. It needs production. Freedom never gets old. Celebrating America 250. Sirius XM Patriot.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Pete Peters in Washington. President Trump says the U.S. military has the upper hand in the war against Iran. White House correspondent Greg Clugston reports. The president said the ongoing combat operations have been very successful in eliminating Iran's forces and systems.
They have no Navy, it's been knocked out. They have no Air Force, it's been knocked out. They have no air detection, that's been knocked out. Their radar has been knocked out.
He also disputed claims that Israel forced the U.S. to take action. The president said, if anything, he might have forced Israel's hand because he believed Iran was going to attack. Greg Clugston, Washington. Anxious travelers are holed up in the Middle East because of the Iran war. They're looking for ways to get home.
German Martin Mueller landing in Frankfurt described tense moments before he managed to get on a flight from Dubai. The attacks sounded like airplanes breaking the sound barrier, he says. Michael and Karen Blischke said they watched as the anti-missile system near the Burj Khalifa shot everything down. Airspace across the Gulf is closed and major airlines have canceled flights. Other travelers are marooned on cruise ships that can no longer sail the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. State Department says they are preparing military and charter flights as they urge Americans to leave around a dozen countries. I'm Jennifer King.
A federal judge clashed Tuesday with Minnesota's top federal prosecutor in what he called a series of testy and frosty exchanges during an unusual contempt hearing that highlights a growing wave of confrontations across the U.S. between increasingly frustrated judges and Department of Justice officials. On Wall Street, a rough day as the Dow was down by 403 points. The NASDAQ dropped 232, the S&P down 65, and oil up to $74 a barrel. More at townhall.com. The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
I had a lot of credit card debt and it stressed me out. But what I thought was a solution turned out to be a problem. I kept hearing ads about debt settlement that seemed too good to be true. And actually, it was. When I called, they told me to stop paying my bills. That didn't sound right to me at all, so I hung up. Later, I found out that debt settlement is bad, real bad. Then I learned that there is a right way to pay off your credit cards. It's called a debt management program from the great team at Trinity. Trinity had a plan. In the end, I paid off my bills, I saved thousands, and I even improved my credit score.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976. Here's the Wall Street Business Report.
Energy prices soaring amid fears of a widening conflict in the Middle East. Iranian threats have choked off tanker traffic through the strategic Strait of Hormuz. About 1/5 of the world's oil passes through the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf. Tankers traveling through the strait carry oil and gas from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait and Iraq, Qatar, Bahrain, the UAE, and Iran. Gas prices here at home have already risen sharply, up 11 cents per gallon from Monday to Tuesday, according to the AAA. Rich Thomason reporting. Wealth Club Chief Investment Strategist Susanna Streeter says consumers and investors are worried about the war.
We're set to be in an era of fresh energy volatility, just at a time when there had been hopes that energy prices would be coming down. It's adding fresh pain for households and companies around the world.
Wall Street at the close, the Dow was off 403. For the Wall Street Business Report, I'm Bob Agnew.
News and analysis at townhall.com.
Andrew Wilkow. You want to know why I love this country? It's very simple. Give me one other country on planet Earth and society throughout human history where if you work hard and you want it bad enough, you can make anything in your life happen. You can go from nothing to something in one generation and pass it down to your kids. That's how freedom works, and that's why I love this country.
The Wilkow Majority, weekdays from noon to 3 p.m. Eastern on SiriusXM Patriot.
Freedom never gets old.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife, and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Slater.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now it's your last chance on select Sleep Number mattresses. Take 30 to 40% off top-rated beds. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Pat is an independent truck driver, and he owes the IRS a lot of money.
It was terrifying. I was going to have to sell my truck. They were going to take everything from us.
Optima stepped in and got to work on Pat's case.
Optima saved me an unbelievable amount of money. Talk about the relief.
Listen to Pat.
Don't fight the IRS alone. I would recommend Optima. In fact, I already have.
Call now for a free consultation. Call 800-611-8892. 800-611-8892.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
He's here. Now, broadcasting from the underground command post.
You're back.
We once again made contact with our leader.
Hello, America. Mark Levin here on number 877-381-3811, 877-381-3811. We have a special guest. I don't believe I've ever interviewed Steve Witkoff, as a matter of fact. Steve Witkoff, how are you, sir?
Very good, Mark. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, and I wanted to have you on the program because you have some information. You touched on Hannity last night as well, about your experience, Jared Kushner's experience in dealing with this Iranian regime before the president decided it was time to pull the trigger. Can you fill us in on this?
Well, first of all, Mark, the president sent me and Jared in because he wanted to really determine if it was possible to make a deal that they would sign, right? Not just agree to, but that they would sign, and that could be enforced. And so we went back and we began the session in Oman. We were in Muscat. And, we had 2 other meetings with them in Geneva. And I would say that they wanted to report a lot of positivity. And Jared and I, from almost the go, were suspect as to whether they would really they would do the type of deal that would be acceptable to President Trump. And we turned out, I think, to be right.
So the first meeting, you never met face-to-face, I take it. Is that correct?
No, we met face-to-face. The bosses back in Tehran had said that they couldn't do it direct. The foreign minister from Oman, Badr Busati, was the mediator. So we met at... I want to say, I can't remember, it might have been his home. But we met at his home, and, they were very gracious. Arachi and his team, his deputy and some other people were in another room. But they came and joined, after they had some conversation directly with the Omanis, they came and joined Jared and I in the room. And that's where we had direct conversation with them. I remember the first meeting, Mark, that we had in Muscat. And at some point, very, very, very early in the conversation, Arachi laid down the marker by saying enrichment is considered to be, by his leadership, that Iran's inalienable right. That sort of began it. At that point, we began discussing the material. All of the enriched material that they had been stockpiling. It's close to 10,000 kilograms, by the way. And at some point during this interview, I'll take you through the breakdown of it all. But they began discussing it, and Jared was a witness to this. They were talking about the 60% enriched material, which is roughly 460 kilograms. And to get to weapons grade, which is 90% for a bomb, you're about a week, maybe 10 days away when you're at 60%. So they've got all this material at 60%, and it's a obvious concern to us. And he knew it, and he said to us, "You know, and I know, and the Europeans know because they attest to it, that's 11 bombs. So that's why this material is so important to you." And I've described that as them being proud that they held it, that this was something of a trophy that they had. And there's no doubt in my mind that that's how they thought about that material. But let me tell you one last point about that first meeting.
All right, let's get the fleck out.
And we were talking about all the material. The material includes roughly 8,000 kilograms of 3.67%, another 1,000 kilograms at 20%, which is a story unto itself, and then roughly 460 kilograms at 60. We were talking
Let me
about.
Let me say this, Steve, for the audience. A kilogram, I just looked it at, is 2.2 pounds. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's right. So they have in total around 10,000.
Mark, you're so smart.
Around 10,000 kilograms, which is 24,000 pounds of enriched uranium that was never intended to be used, Mark, for civil purposes, and that could only do one thing. It could only be stockpiled in a move towards weaponization. It's the only reason why you would have it. But let me give you a telltale sign, because part of the reason we were there for the president was not just to negotiate. We were negotiating, but we were there to give the president an honest read on what we felt the motivations were, and whether they would.
No, honey, Chris. I still have my Coke
and do a deal that wasn't
earlier. I got a few adult beverages for me and my buddy, but that's about it.
What I wrote down
a couple beers
at that first meeting as to what they said to us. Their lead negotiator, the foreign minister from Iran, said the following, talking about giving up the material.
We're about 33 minutes away from there. Let me see.
Why would we will? Oh, here it is. We will not give you at the negotiating table what you could not win militarily in Midnight Hammer.
Jeez. So he wasn't going to give it up.
He didn't say Midnight Hammer because that's our work. We named it. So he didn't say that. But he basically said, we're just not going to hand it over to you. And here we were, with ships in the region. We were posturing for all the right reasons. It's peace through strength. It's the only way you're going to get them to the table. Without that, they were never going to be at the table. And we're there presumably because they're in a tough spot and they're going to be compromising and elastic. And yet you hear these, what I'll call maximalist statements. We're not going to give you at the negotiating table what you couldn't win militarily. And I remember thinking to myself, this pretty much foreshadows how they're going to be. And it was, that in my view, there were plenty of other, alerts to us, but this was, remember, the first meeting, Mark.
To be clear, we had this first meeting. They had over a ton of this vital material. Over a ton. That's what you said, 2,400 pounds. And they're telling you it's off the table.
No, it's more than that. We have 10,000 kilograms. It's 10,000 times 2.2.
Oh my God. 24,000.
Correct.
And they said that's all the first.
Now, Mark, it's different. Well, no, we were negotiating to get it back, but they were making statements about how this was a trophy piece. We had to consider that. Look, I remember saying to the negotiators from Oman and others who had called us up hoping for a diplomatic solution. I remember saying, not dissimilar to the days of Hamas when we negotiated the release of the hostages, and in particular, Edan Alexander. When we were sitting at the table with Hamas, who, in my view, in some respects, more reasonable than these guys. I remember
Hamas was more reasonable than these guys. I just want to underscore that.
I'm not. By the way, I'm not saying they're reasonable people.
No, I got that. Yeah.
Contextually more reasonable than what we experienced here. And when I say that, I mean the following. We presented the arguments for Edan Alexander being released. And he was the last American that it was being held captive, who was alive. There were two other Americans who had died. We were waiting to get their bodies back, but he was alive. We wanted to get him out alive. And I said to, I remember talking to Hamas, me and Jared, and saying, you should do this. You'll build some degree of political capital with the president. And guess what? They did it. And there were things or accommodations that we made later on for them in consideration of that. And I remember saying to the Omanis, with regard to the material that they were holding, they should turn it over to us. If they profess that they have no bad intentions here, if they profess that they no longer possess the ability to enrich, if that is truly and genuinely how they feel, then why would they need the material? They should hand it over as an act of goodness, and that would set the tone for how this negotiation would be. And I think that you would see President Trump as the sort of man who would acknowledge that, right? He would acknowledge that, that was that's a statesman-like move. And they were just not interested in that. That would have been good advice for them to take, but they just weren't at that place to take it. And I think in large part, it's because how their system works. They had a supreme leader. They had one. Everything, it's really like a sort of intractable environment. You see that their negotiators just did not have flexibility, or they weren't delegated the authority to make decisions on the spot. President Trump gave me and Jared a wide berth, to negotiate this deal. He delegates well. I don't think he gets enough credit for delegating well.
Now, Steve, I know you, but I'm not going to let you go. I need one more segment with you. Tell whoever's dragging you that boy. I want you to stay on.
I'm not trying to leave you.
No, I have to take a break.
Oh, okay.
So don't forget where you left off, because this is really important and very intriguing as far as I'm concerned, to get this story out to the American people. I'm talking to Steve Whitcock, the go-to envoy with Jared Kushner, and we will be right back.
Mark Levin.
You've heard the best baseball players in the world play for their clubs. Now, hear them play for their country. Every game of the World Baseball Classic is on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
The talent level and the passion of the fans make this tournament special.
For a complete schedule, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
It's going to be unbelievable.
If one of your goals is to live healthier, here's an easy place to start. Your water. It's surprising how many impurities can end up in tap water. Lead, microplastics, PFAS, even pesticides. Many of them you can't taste or smell, but they're still there. And no one wants that in their daily routine. What you do want is cleaner, great tasting water you can trust. And that's exactly what Aquasana delivers. Aquasana water filters reduce harmful contaminants while leaving you with fresh, odor-free, delicious water. You'll notice the difference.
Blue about to be.
Every sip, every meal, even every shower. From whole
I don't know.
systems to sink units, Aquasana offers high-performance filtration that's low maintenance
Kind of weird.
and eco-friendly. Join the thousands of families who trust Aquasana and start the year drinking with confidence. So make the switch. It supports your healthy living goals. Visit Aquasana.com and use promo code SXM to get up to 50% off select systems. That's AQUASANA.com. Promo code SXM. Because healthy living starts with healthy water. Mike Jekyll here, Patriot Software's founder. Most big corporations have blue or red logos, but we're not corporate or boring, so we've wondered, what do you get when you mix blue and red ink together? Purple. Oh my gosh, we're geniuses. We'll go with a purple logo to represent all American businesses, because that's who we care about. We don't answer to Wall Street or private equity. We only answer to our accounting and payroll software customers, Main Street USA. Go purple and go PatriotSoftware.com.
Maybe.
A Social Security update. 70 million Americans collect Social Security benefits today, and millions more will join soon. Now, a new study finds 70% of Americans don't get the full benefits they deserve. But recipients can use simple strategies to boost Social Security benefits by as much as $188,000 over a lifetime. Social Security expert Michael Allen says it's true and reveals 5 key strategies to increase your benefits. It's all in his free special report. Newsmax calls the report your best guide for bigger Social Security benefits. Whether you're getting benefits or soon will, you need the Social Security report. Get it free. Call 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. We'll text it to you right away, along with President Trump's act cutting your Social Security taxes. Call now, 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. Text and data rates may apply.
When you're selling your home, there's one thing that'll get it sold fast and at the highest price. Ready? Find the best real estate agent to sell it. It's simple, but how do you find the best agent? Ready.com. On Ready, the best agents compete for your business. And get this, they pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Yeah, they put up their money to be your agent. $2,000, $10,000, find out. Go to redy.com or call 888-880-READY.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids, no matter where you are. Call now. 800-575-4181. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS.
It's pretty all blue here.
Tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4181. That's 800-575-4181. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Your time is valuable. Your perspective should be too. The Economist cuts through the noise with the stories that truly shape your world.
Online scams are scarier, stranger, and bigger than they've ever been.
If Europeans polluted their own kids, how are we supposed to keep our economies productive and maintain our standards of living?
How can you believe this new regime won't crush you just like the previous one?
When the world's turned upside down, know which way is up. Read, watch, or listen to The Economist. Never gets old. Celebrating America 250. Sirius XM Patriot 135. Dollar Show.
All right, we got Steve Whitcott. I want to move quickly. We have only 4 minutes.
Yeah, it is kind of a pea soup.
Agreed to go after the break, which is great.
Azure.
So, Steve, pick it up where you left it.
It's a pea soup that's green, but
Where was it?
yeah, it's more of a blue.
You pretty much came to the end of the first meeting. They had an enormous amount of this material. Basically said we're proud of it. Then you had the second meeting. How did that go?
I would say the second meeting was, a little bit more purposeful than the first meeting, but because we got them to agree to present to us some sort of agreement, because we were wide apart on the first meeting. We were just wide apart. They were not coming there to prepare to. I would have hoped that they were coming there with concrete proposals, like come and pick up the material a week from today, and we'll turn that over as an act of good faith, and then let's have a discussion about enrichment. But it was nothing like that. So the second meeting, we ended with an agreement for them to send an agreement, which they promised we would get 5 to 6 days after that second meeting ended. And this is another data point. We never received it until the third meeting, which they never even, by the way, and they never gave us the agreement on the third meeting. They let us read it. And that's a whole story unto itself as well. But I want to say this.
Not really assemble. I mean, there's not much to assemble. It comes in 4 boxes, but it's a sectional though. So yeah, I guess somewhat have to assemble it. But the biggest thing is we got to get it onto his third floor. He's got from the second floor to the third floor. It's a spiral staircase, so it's got to be fun. Not even sure it's going to get delivered today, though. I've just checked with FedEx. They're still not sure. Either way, I'm heading over there.
But that's exactly how we saw what they were doing. They were pretending to negotiate. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
And they kept talking about great progress being made.
They said it.
Yeah, they did.
We were not signed. We were never signed on to a statement about great progress, ever. We refused to sign it because we weren't making great progress. And in fact, we complained about the progress. What we did was we pointed at the ships that were out there,
there's supposed to be enough of us, so
and said, they're here for a reason.
It was arranged for today, and I don't know if anyone's there yet.
And you need to sort of get on the ball, and we need to get this finished in some way. But the word is obfuscating. They were obfuscating the entire time. And I remember thinking to myself, they hide their nuclear activities. They lock Raphael Grossi from the IEA out, so he hasn't been able to make an inspection since Midnight Hammer. They hide their ballistic missiles in places that are difficult to find out where they are, and yet they talk about us as being not genuine and purposeful, and it's actually what they accuse us of is exactly what they are doing. And we'll probably get to not this piece of it, but in the next segment we'll get to it. Tehran Research Reactor, because not only have they systematically hidden their activities on ballistic missile production and on nuclear, but they've hidden what Tehran Research Reactor was actually doing.
All right, let's hold right there. The research reactor. We're going to pick it up right there, Steve. And we really appreciate your time and how forthcoming you are and what took place. So we'll be right back with Steve Whitcutt.
Hey, what's up? It's BB Rexa. I'm honoring fierce, fearless females for Women's History Month and beyond on Sirius XM Queens of Pop. Paying homage to women in music that have pushed boundaries and shattered glass ceilings. Sirius XM Queens of Pop. For a limited time on Channel 105 and year-round on the Sirius XM app.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow. Invoices were late. And payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at Lenseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours. Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, Lenseek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com. Small business funding approved and funded same day? And a bank, impossible. At Cardiff, it's the norm. My name is William Sturm. In 2004, I built Cardiff to make it faster and easier to access business funding. We believe that if you have the revenue, you should have the capital. And that's why we've made it possible to get your business approved and funded as fast as today. Since 2004, Cardiff has funded over $12 billion for American small businesses, helping owners grow without the red tape. Our online application takes less than 5 minutes with absolutely zero impact on your personal credit. If you've been in business for at least a year and are doing $20,000 in monthly revenue, you could qualify for up to $500,000 in same-day funding. Don't let the big banks slow you down. Go to cardiff.co/SXM. I know it sucks. .co/SXM. Real growth, fast funding. Cardiff. Borrow better. If you're like most Americans nearing retirement with money in a 401k or IRA, then listen. The U.S. Supreme Court's recent ruling on President Trump's tariffs has added fresh uncertainty to global trade policy, and investors don't like uncertainty. That ruling helped push gold to another multi-week high as traders sought safety in precious metals. When markets get nervous, precious metals often move higher and fast. Right now, the gold and silver markets may be offering investors a second chance at history. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 to get your free gold investment kit. You'll also receive a free copy of Ken Rogoff's book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. Many Americans are rolling over a portion of their retirement into physical gold and silver, tax and penalty-free with Advantage Gold. Call 800-900-8000 now. Get into position before the next surge. Results vary. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Larry Over here. Let me share Brian's story from Alabama, my mom's home state. He tells us after taking Relief Factor for just 3 weeks, at least 90% of my pain is gone. My pain has started to limit me at work and at home, and now I'm amazed at how much relief I've gotten end of quote. These are Brian's own words, and they speak volumes about what Relief Factor can do for you. I've told you about my buddy Tom, an avid golfer out on the green almost every single day. He says without Relief Factor, he wouldn't be able to swing freely because of shoulder pain or back pain. But since taking it, he said he stayed active, comfortable, and confident in his swing. He is a scratch golfer. That's why I encourage you to try Relief Factor yourself and see what it can do for you.
Yeah, that usually helps. Taking them on a regular schedule.
What Relief Factor can do for you. 800-4-RELIEF, 800 the number 4-RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. How would it feel to be out of pain? 800-4-RELIEF, relieffactor.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Imagine relying on a dozen different software programs to run your business, none of which are connected. And each one more expensive and more complicated than the last. It can be pretty stressful. Now imagine Odoo. Odoo has all the programs you'll ever need, and they're all connected on one platform, giving you peace of mind that your business is being taken care of from every angle. Odoo has user-friendly applications for CRM, accounting, inventory, manufacturing, marketing, HR, and everything in between. Basically, if your business needs it, Odoo's got it. Odoo sounds pretty amazing, right? So stop depending on all those expensive, disconnected platforms and let Odoo harmonize your business with simple, efficient software that can handle everything for a fraction of the price. Sign up today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com. Odoo, modern management made simple.
Never gets old. Celebrating America 250. Sirius XM Patriot 125.
I put in the thunder on the right. Calling now. 877-381-3811.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're getting an inside view of one of the principals who was negotiating with the Iranian regime, Steve Witkoff. We do appreciate your time, Steve, so I want to be quiet and let you go on this research facility and the third meeting, the final meeting, and then if you're allowed to, and I don't mean to preach anything, what you told the president.
Okay, so Mark, first let me take a step back. This is all 4 sort of around the third meeting, but leading up to the third meeting, we also saw signs that made us feel that they were being disingenuous. They promised an agreement at the second meeting that we would get 5 days after. We never got it. We asked for it continuously. You can't work on these things unless you have some sort of paper that you can, there it is, palpable on the paper. We can have a discussion about it. They refused to give us the agreement at the third meeting, but they'd let us peruse it, which was not acceptable. In any event, let me get into, because the third meeting involved TRR, because it was discovered. TRR stands for Tehran Research Reactor. There are industrial grade reactors and there are research reactors. Esfahan, Natanz, Fordow, which were enrichment facilities, and so forth.
I got it, man.
They were all enriching at an industrial grade level. Those were all wiped out during the Midnight Hammer operation. And one of the deal points here was for all of those facilities to be decommissioned and permanently shut down because they had no use but to make enriched material and have it stockpiled for later use. There was no civilian use attached to it. We had talked to the Iranians for a long time about doing something called the Civil 123 nuclear program, where they could have all the nuclear they wanted, but they couldn't enrich it. It would be bought from the outside, from whether it's us, the Russians, the French. It's readily available, and countries like Abu Dhabi are running Civil 123 programs for their own internal needs. A civil needs mean that you're generally enriching to 3.67%. In a 123 program, you're not doing the enriching because you're buying it from an outside purveyor. But the fuel is being delivered at 3.67%. A research reactor, like Tehran Research Reactor, must enrich because it's a research reactor to do radioisotopes. Radioisotopes are
they were.
As an ingredient for the process, enrichment of nuclear fuel.
They just got tired of playing around.
20% is roughly 5.5 times 3.67%, which is that level needed for civil use to provide electricity and so of the JCPOA at 20%. Now, for quite some time, everyone on this earth was under the assumption that TRR